Good afternoon, everyone. The committee is ready to begin. If LIS and clerk are ready, the hour of 2 p.m. having come and gone, the House Appropriations Elementary and Secondary Education Committee shall come to order. Clerk, please take the roll.
Davis. Ortiz.
Here.
Wilhauer. Favre-Diaz.
Present.
Freeze. Hernandez.
Here.
Liz. Okay. Hirschauer.
Here.
McLaughlin. And Yang Roar.
Here.
Okay. That's 7 members present, and that does meet quorum.
Thank you. With 7 members present, a quorum is established. Thank you to everyone for their patience. We will be having a few subject matter hearings today. We will be hearing from the Illinois Federation of Teachers first. We have Kelly Turner, Legislative Director for Illinois Federation of Teachers, Samuel Thomas, American Sign Language Interpreter for the Waukegan Community Unit School District 60, Kendrick Evans, a behavior interventionist at East St. Louis School District 189, John Wardisiani, teacher at Proviso Township High School District 209, and Kimberly Kirkwalls, Chicago Teachers Union Local 1 and National Board Certified Teacher. Just want to say thank you again to all the teachers for your service and everything you do. As someone who worked with many teachers for about 5 years at Back of the Arts College Prep High School. So thank you again, and please make sure to just go ahead and state your name for the record, and please go ahead and begin whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon. My name is Kelly Turner. I'm a legislative director for the Illinois Federation of Teachers. Good afternoon to Chairperson Davis in his absence, Spokesperson Wilhauer, Vice Chair Ortiz, and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today on behalf of the Illinois Federation of Teachers regarding our FY27 budget priorities. We first want to acknowledge the work of the governor and the legislator on education funding over the years, which has increased funding for K-12 schools over the last 6 years, but much more investment is needed to reach adequacy and full funding. After reviewing the governor's proposed budget, we have several concerns, but to begin, it's important to frame the moment we're in. This budget arrives at a time of real uncertainty for school districts across Illinois. Federal policies, including those tied to H.R. 1, are projected to reduce state revenues by as much as $8 billion over the next several years. At the same time, the proposed FY27 budget is in many ways a maintenance budget, one that includes small but meaningful reductions and flat funding across key areas. In our view, this proposal is insufficient and will not move Illinois meaningfully closer to fully funding its schools. The introduced budget includes a $305 million increase for evidence-based funding formula, which is below the statutory minimum of $350 million. We recognize that $50 million of the $350 million can be used for property tax relief grants, but taken together at our current pace, it will take until 2037 to reach just 90% adequacy. Fully funding our schools today will require over $5 billion. This is a significant investment, but it is also the commitment of the General Assembly made when it passed the evidence-based funding formula. This is not a new idea. It is the fulfillment of a promise already made. This year, we introduced House Bill 5409, that will fully fund the evidence-based funding formula and mandated categoricals. This legislation makes clear what we are working toward and what we believe Illinois students and Illinois school districts deserve. Fully funded schools that are resourced to ensure every student has access to the programs, supports, and opportunities they need to thrive. As outlined in our proposal, this means bringing districts to fully adequacy and ending the chronic underfunding of mandated programs like transportation, special education, and even school lunch. At this time, mandated categoricals continue to place a strain on local districts. These are not optional costs, and they require a much more significant state investment. We are also seeing concerning reductions and stagnation in key areas in the proposed FY27 budget. The teacher vacancy pilot grant is reduced from $30 million to $15 million, despite clear evidence that the program is helping districts recruit and retain educators. A $2 million reduction in the line item for the National Board Certified Teachers, support from $4.5 million to $2.5 million. The Early Childhood Block Grant is held flat at $748 million for the second consecutive year. Flat funding for Grow Your Own at $6 million. Career and technical education funding remains flat despite growing demand. More broadly, we need to think about these investments not as isolated programs, but as part of a larger educational system that Illinois has been working to build. But recruitment alone is not enough if we are not also investing in retention. That's where programs like mentoring, national board support, and virtual instructional coaching come in. These are the supports that help educators stay in the profession, especially in their few years when we know attrition is highest. The virtual instructional coaching program is a strong example of what this can look like when it's done well. Developed during the COVID era and continued through state investment, it provides new educators with real-time coaching and mentorship at a critical point in their careers. And it's also working. Educators who participate report improved practice and a stronger desire to remain in the profession. If we are serious about addressing educator shortages, we cannot afford to underinvest in the systems designed to recruit, support, and retain the educators. So this is the moment in front of us, a moment where the need is growing, the pressures are increasing, and the choices made in this budget will determine whether Illinois moves closer to adequacy or further away from it. We believe Illinois can do better. We urge this committee to move beyond a maintenance budget and take meaningful steps towards fully funding our schools. To be clear, we are advocating for the following: fully funding the evidence-based funding formula to support school districts across Illinois. At the very least, a more meaningful investment to set us on a faster course to adequacy and full funding. More support in budget lines for programs that support educators like teacher vacancy grants, Grow Your Own, National Board Certified Teachers, and virtual instructional coaching. Increased investment in career and technical education. We must commit in real investment, even when times are challenging. We acknowledge that they are. And with that, you will hear from educators and school staff from across Illinois who can speak directly to what these funding decisions mean in their classrooms, their schools, and their communities. We are joined today by John Werdasani, a teacher in Proviso Township High School District 209, Kedrick Evans, a behavior interventionist in East St. Louis School District 189, Samuel Thomas, an American Sign Language interpreter in Waukegan Community Unit School District 60, and Kimberly Walls-Kirk, a Chicago Teacher Union member, a National Board Certified Educator, and a coach in the Virtual Instructional Coaching Program. Thank you. I believe John is online.
Okay. Just give us one moment to help John get online. John, whenever you're ready, please go ahead and begin.
Good afternoon, Chairman and distinguished members of the Elementary and Secondary Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Dr. John Wardasani. I have proudly served as an educator in Proviso Township High School for the past 24 years. I sit before you not only as a teacher, but as an advocate for the thousands of students and families we serve every single day. I want to be clear that this is not just about funding, this is about opportunity. Because right now in Proviso Township, too many of our students face barriers to success in the classroom that have nothing to do with intelligence, their motivation, or their potential. They come to us carrying real challenges: poverty, food insecurity, trauma, housing instability, and unmet mental health needs. And yet, despite these barriers, we ask them to perform, to achieve, and to compete with students from communities that are far better resourced. This is not equity. This is not fairness. Let me tell you a story. A few years ago, I had a student, very bright, curious, and fully capable, but struggling. Not because he couldn't learn, but because life outside of school was overwhelming. He was dealing with instability at home, inconsistent access to basic needs, and the kind of stress no student should carry into the classroom. At one point, he was on the verge of disengaging completely, but then something changed. Through coordinated support, access to counselors, targeted academic interventions, and simply having time and staffing to build a relationship, we were able to meet this need beyond just the academics. We didn't lower expectations, we removed barriers. And when those barriers were removed, everything changed. He started showing up, he felt engaged, he started believing in himself again, and students graduated, or this student graduated. As today, he's continuing his education on a path that once seemed completely out of reach. This is the power of resources. This is the impact of investment. Now imagine how many more students we could reach if those supports were not the exception, rather, but the standard. Because right now, underfunding forces impossible choices. It looks like classrooms where we are choosing textbooks over teachers or trying to stretch both beyond their limits. It looks like limited access to mental health services when students need support before they can even begin to learn. It looks like overcrowded classrooms, outdated materials, and gaps in staffing, all of which contribute to the barriers to success in the classroom, and that we are asking you to help move or remove. And yet, every day our educators show up. They innovate, they adapt, they give more than they're asked, and because they truly believe in their students. But belief alone cannot close funding gaps. Let me say this very clearly. Schools are the mirror of the communities we serve. If our communities are under-resourced, our schools reflect that reality. And if we want stronger communities, we must invest in stronger schools. This is where you guys come in. Fair funding is not just a policy decision, it's a commitment to ensure that a student's zip code does not determine their future. We are not asking for more than others. We are asking for what is necessary. Necessary to provide equitable access to learning, necessary to expand mental health services, necessary to eliminate the barriers that stand between students and their success. And most importantly, necessary to ensure that teachers, the union, district administration, and lawmakers are all pulling in the same direction with one shared goal: greater student success. Success not just for the individual student, but for the families, the workforce, and the communities we serve. When we invest in students, we invest in the future of Illinois. So I leave this to you. If we truly believe in equity, if we truly believe that every child deserves a chance, then we must move beyond conversations and into action. The students of Proviso Township are ready. Our educators are ready. We need you to stand with us. Thank you for your time, your leadership, and your commitment to the students that we all serve. Thank you.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today in support of the Illinois Federation of Teachers budget priorities. I'm Kedrick Evans, and I'm an educator in East St. Louis School District 189, and until recently, a behavior interventionist. Due to a reduction in force, I have now been placed back into the classroom as a social studies teacher. In my district, over 50 educators and support staff have been impacted, including teachers, paraprofessionals, counselors, and behavior specialists. Entire support systems are being eliminated. We're seeing reductions within programs like CTE Pathways, including courses like cosmetology, along with cuts to critical student supports. And in a district where many of our students are already navigating poverty, trauma, and instability, those cuts don't just reduce programs, they reduce opportunities for students. These supports are not optional, they are essential. My district is considered fully funded under the formula, yet we still experienced a reduction in force. I work closely with a 5th grade student, a 10-year-old girl who struggled behaviorally this year. But when I built a relationship with her, it became clear that what we were seeing wasn't behavior, it was trauma. Her father had died, and she has no contact with her mother. She was being raised by the person she calls Granny, her primary caregiver, until she suffered a stroke and was placed in a rehabilitation facility. Now she is living with her 76-year-old great-grandmother, who has stepped in to care for her and her younger brother, but is not yet her legal guardian. We recommended her for counseling, but because of guardianship limitations, she couldn't receive services. The system knew what she needed, but couldn't provide it. So that's where I came in. I worked to keep her in school. I worked to keep her learning. I worked to be the advocate the system couldn't be in that moment. But now, positions like mine are gone. What happens next year when a student like her walks into our building and the people who support her are no longer there? What happens when we have fewer counselors, fewer paraprofessionals, no behavior interventionists? They get labeled, they get removed, and they fall behind. Adequacy on paper does not always protect students from real losses in staff, programs, and support. Fully funded schools must mean more than reaching a formula number. It must mean protecting the people and the programs students rely on. She is not a statistic, but she is exactly the result of the funding decisions we make. We are asking the state to fully fund our schools in both theory and in practice, so that the losses in my district do not become the standard for our students. Thank you.
Hello, members. Thank you for allowing me time to come and present to you. My name is Samuel Thomas. I'm an educational sign language interpreter. I've been interpreting for 20 years now and been mainly in the school system for the last 12 years. Lack of resources has always been a barrier for my district, and it has a direct and negative effect on our students. Most of my students in my system are considered low income. Every student in our district gets free meals for them. During COVID, we had to set up different stations throughout the community in order to go provide the food for the students because the families depended on it. Without that food, they would have starved. At the same time, we had to give out personal hotspots in order for our students to be able to access their education. Also, in the past, we've had to wait until late November to be able to renew our subscription for our curriculum and benchmark testing, which is required for the IEPs to be considered valid. This year, my freshman student, her father passed away during the summer. We're trying to provide her social work services, but due to not enough funding, there's not enough staff there. Our children are coming to school every day, having to deal with issues and stressors that most of us didn't have to experience until we were grown and out of the house. These kids are coming to school dealing with adult problems. A lot of these issues can be relieved by fully funding our schools and making sure we have the adequate funding for resources, staffing, and tangible experiences to solidify the learning. The promise of full funding has already been made. Now we're asking for you to provide the action behind it in order to satisfy the needs of our students, and I urge you to fully fund our schools like it was promised. Our students cannot wait any longer. Thank you.
Thank you, each of you, for your testimony. And we still have Kimberly online, correct? Kimberly, are we good to go? Yeah. Kimberly, whenever you're ready, please go ahead and begin. Thank you again.
Thank you. Good afternoon, committee members. I'm Kimberly Wells Kirk, a 20-year veteran, a proud Chicago Teacher Union member, and a fourth grade teacher in Chicago Public Schools. My career has focused on promoting scientific literacy and equitable learning. As a National Board Certified Teacher in early adolescent science, I hold specialized expertise in supporting students ages 11 through 15 as they transition from concrete to abstract scientific thinking, preparing them for success. Pursuing the NBCT certification was a turning point in my career. Fundamentals, such as working with the Illinois State Board of Education's Illinois Science Assessment writing team on the Performance Level Descriptors project. These professional experiences drive my commitment to serving as a virtual instructional coach. Through the Virtual Instructional Coach We Care Mentorship Program, which was born out of the necessity of the pandemic, I've worked with new teachers of color who entered the profession during some of the most turbulent years in educational history. Since 2021, I have personally mentored more than 20 educators through the We Care program, including several who sought out my support beyond my formal assignments because of the critical need for guidance within our schools. These are educators who entered the field during a global crisis. For them, a virtual instructional coach wasn't a luxury, it was and still is a necessity, a lifeline. I choose to stay in this profession because of the support and professional growth I found, but many of my colleagues are struggling. The VIC program provides a lifeline of support during those crucial, critical first years when burnout is highest. First and second year teachers need veteran teachers support in navigating the complexities of classroom management and trauma-informed practices. The necessity of this work became painfully clear to me during a tragedy at our school approximately 2 years ago. A third grade student who was shot and killed over a weekend in a mass shooting at their home. The following Monday, I stepped in as a virtual instructional coach for that student's teacher, a new teacher navigating the unimaginable task of supporting a classroom of grieving students while processing their own shock. I provided that teacher with immediate trauma-informed strategies, shifting the focus to regulated readiness and emotional safety. Excuse me. Her name was Ariana. The trauma of this loss is compounded by the fact that I taught Ariana's cousin last year, a child who was standing right next to Ariana when she was shot. And this year, I am teaching another one of her cousins who was inside the home when the tragedy occurred. How are we supposed to move forward with the mission of teaching these students who have been so profoundly traumatized without the specialized ongoing support that a program like VIC provides? Programs like National Board Certification and virtual instructional coaching do not happen by accident. They require intentional investment from the state of Illinois. For these supports to be sustainable and not just, a temporary fix, when we need the legislature to commit to full funding for our schools. Investments in educator support are investments in student outcomes. When we fund mentorship, we are funding the stability of our classrooms. We are urging you to fully fund our schools and continue boosting programs like National Board Certified Teachers and virtual instructional coaching. Please keep these educator supports in place so we can continue to show up for our students with excellence they deserve. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes our testimony, and we're open to questions from the committee.
Again, just want to say thank you to each of you, and especially thank you to Kimberly for the work you do. And, I myself also had many students like Ariana, and I could feel your pain and just want to say thank you for walking through your students through some trauma-informed classes and how to just handle these emotions. It's very difficult. To be a teacher in those situations, but many of you really carry so much strength through those very difficult times, and I just want to say thank you. With that, I want to open it up to the rest of the committee to ask any questions. Representative Laura Favor-Dias.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for coming and testifying today. Kelly, my first question is, I just have one question and then I have some comments. When we passed evidence-based funding, which was before I was in the General Assembly, if we had fully met our funding obligations, at what year would our districts have been fully funded?
Thank you for that question. I don't have that number off the top of my head, but I can follow up with you with the year.
That would be great. And based on the rate that we're going, I think you said it, but can you say it again? Based on the rate we're going, what year will we be fully funded?
It's not fully funded, but it's 2037, and that will get us at 90% adequacy.
So 11 years from now, if we keep going at the rate we're going, we're still only at 90% adequacy. And that is alarming to me. It's also alarming to me as a legislator from Lake County. Lake County has the highest average income of counties across the state. Yet when I look at my school districts, 40% of my school districts are still underfunded at less than 80%. The school district that my own children go to is still under 70%. So just to highlight how far we have to go and what that means, and thank you so much, you're my neighbor in Waukegan. Thank you for coming to speak. Like, that has a real impact on our classrooms in a variety of ways, from implementing vital student services. In FY25, there were 3,800 unfilled vacancies. Part of that has to do with our inability to pay teachers the wages they deserve. That's 3,800 empty classrooms across this state. Multiply that by an average of 25 students. I haven't done the math, but that is a lot of students that this lack of funding has direct impact on their services. We also know that in those same districts, just like in Waukegan, as we have that $8 billion federal cut, as we have those SNAP benefits, our students are going to be coming to us in worse shape. They're going to be coming to us hungrier. And then, and again, to echo Chair Ortiz's thank you to Kimberly, who's online. Thank you so much. We know those students not only are coming hungry, but they're also coming with trauma, and we do not have the resources at this current rate to support them like they deserve. So thank you so much. I see Chair Davis is here, who is the ultimate champion of EBF, but in his absence, I just wanted to highlight the desperate need. And one more comment. We can't talk about property tax relief until we talk about fully funding these districts. When we look at our school districts, or when we look at our property tax bill, that burden is on the school districts, and it's because the state isn't doing its job in funding what our districts need to provide those vital services. I will get off my soapbox, but thank you so much for your continued advocacy. We need to do better.
Thank you. And Clerk, may you please add Representative Will Davis to the roll? All right. All right, Representative Will Davis in the chair.
I was just going to encourage you to keep going. Are there any other questions then, I guess? Oh, I'm sorry. Representative Wilhauer.
Thank you. How many dollars did you say that we were away from adequacy right now? Approximately, you don't have to be.
I didn't give a specific dollar amount in my testimony, but
Okay.
I can find out an answer and get back to you as
Okay.
well.
It's a lot, though, like several billion.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. And, you know, if we were to get the
Oh,
90...
I'm sorry. It is, I did give it $5 billion.
Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah, yeah. That's a lot of money to figure out where to take other places in the budget, for sure. What could we expect if we were to get to 90% adequacy that's different from today? What should we expect?
If we can get to adequacy today.
Is adequacy as not being at adequacy, what is it holding back? And what would we rightfully expect if we were at what they determine as adequacy?
My comments. If we're at adequacy and we're fully funded, we have supports for our programs. We have behavior interventionists. We have reading interventionists. We have our sign language interpreters in the classroom. We have social workers. We have librarians. We have the arts. Our kids are thriving. We have school lunches, transportation. It's a whole system. Our schools will be in a better place if we're at adequacy. We'll have more teachers. We're paying our teachers a better wage.
Sure. Is in performance, so that's what I'm specifically getting at. You know, does 90% adequacy? You know, we're at our reading and math scores are pretty abysmal right now. I mean, what would we expect?
Actually, I attended a literacy forum today where ISBE presented. Our reading scores are increasing. Pre-COVID, our scores are actually higher.
Well, I think they lowered the standards on some of that stuff too. That has something to do with that. You know, there's been talk that I agree with here today on. You know, zip code shouldn't determine outcomes or access to learning. What is your stance on the federal tax credit that would help some of these students in these situations, the Education Choice for Children's Act?
Can you repeat that you agree with me on something?
Yes, yeah, absolutely, absolutely. The zip code should not determine outcomes or opportunities, and it should not, you know, prevent access to learning. We've got a lot of kids that are trapped in schools that are failing just because of their zip code, and I'm wondering if you guys support the federal tax credit that would help some of those kids, not even necessarily just get out of there, that would help them get more services.
I'm going to introduce Brian Johnson, our Director of Political Activities.
There we go. Members of the committee, how you doing? Thanks for the question. Look, on the federal voucher.
Before you
I'm
start,
sorry, I apologize. Brian Johnson.
Thank you. Say your name for the record.
Thank you. Sorry about that. Brian Johnson, Illinois Federation of Teachers. Thank you guys for letting me grab the microphone just for 1 second to address this. Look, we do not support and would not support the federal voucher program coming into Illinois. You know, philosophically, we think public money should be for public schools, and we would urge the legislature to reject opting into that program.
So you don't fully support doing anything that we can do to invest in students? How's that not an investment in students?
We think investing in our public schools and fully funding our public schools before we do anything else is the right process and sequence.
But this isn't taking any money out of the budget or doing any of that. These are private citizens that are making donations that then can be used to help students in these schools and frankly in public schools as well, that would help combat some of the challenges that you're talking about right now.
I hear you.
It seems to me like you're all about investing in more of the institutional stuff than the actual students, and we're here to look after the actual students first.
I think that we are aligned on investing in students, and I think if we fully fund our evidence-based funding formula, we are absolutely investing in students.
What amount of taxation or property taxes is going to be enough to be able to fund it to the level that you're talking about funding? We're obviously not going to be able to do that this year or next year or anytime soon. Why wouldn't we take these funds that are out there that don't take anything away from the educational system? I just have a really hard time understanding why you guys are not supporting this investment in students when you've clearly said that you believe in investment in students, and you've said that zip codes shouldn't determine outcomes or access to learning. I think this is a really good way to combat this that doesn't cost the taxpayers anything and doesn't take any money away from the education system.
Sure, I think we're going to disagree on the impact. This legislature had an opportunity to renew the Invest in Kids program and did not, and chose not to.
Which was a major mistake.
We disagree on that as well.
I think 10,000 kids would disagree with you.
Well, yeah, look, I go back to my previous statement.
What is more important to us, the kids or your institution?
We would not be here standing before you today talking about the investments in public education if kids were not important. Mm-hmm. So I think we just disagree on the federal program.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Anything else, Representative? Done? I'm sorry. Oh, okay. Thank you. Representative, appreciate it. Thank you. Sorry, I had a bill in a previous committee. It's deadline week, so everybody's running around with their hair on. Well, I don't have any hair, so can't say that. But thank you for that. I appreciate it. Representative Hirschauer for a question.
Thank you, Chair. I really just have a quick comment. I want to thank all the teachers for taking time out of their day and away from their students to come here and advocate for your students today. We're going to add that to the list of things you are, your teachers, your nurses, your trauma-informed counselors. Sometimes you provide food for your students, sometimes you provide rides for your students, and now you're lobbyists. So all of this that you are giving to your students, thank you. And we keep using this word adequacy, but what I see here from the teachers who testified today and the teachers that I know are working around the state, that's not adequacy, that's excellence that you're giving your students every single day. We saw it and we heard it today, and I just want to say thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Are there any additional questions from members? Any of you sitting at the table have any final comments? No? All right. Thank you very much for your time today. We appreciate it.
Thank you, members of the committee.
Thank you. So we are going to take a brief pause on subject matter testimony and hear a couple of pieces of legislation, and then we'll get back to subject matter testimony. So all right, then we're going to hear from Representative Favor Diaz, House Bill 5330, which we are going to call for a vote. Feel free to begin when you like.
Thank you, Chair Davis and members of the committee. I am going to be calling, asking to hold this on second. We have a change with some wording when it comes to the teacher training portion, so we will be bringing this back. back. So this committee, we talk a lot and we look at the line item that has to do with students earning college credits. And we specifically have talked a lot about advanced placement. It's well known in this committee for helping students earn college credit. But there is another rigorous program out there that provides those same opportunities for students to earn college course credits while they're in high school, and that's the International Baccalaureate, or IB. IB is a holistic, multidisciplinary academic framework that develops critical thinking, research, and communication skills, empowering students to take ownership of their learning and preparing them for both college and career success. Today, there are 82 IB high schools in Illinois that serve 31,000 students across Illinois, from Rockford to Chicago to Springfield, with 90% of those schools being public and 70% serving low-income populations. The challenge that these students face is also financial, much like our AP students. A single IB exam fee is $124, yet the average cost of just one credit hour at an Illinois public university is around $500, making that IB exam subsidy an exceptional return on our investment. Despite this current barrier, 79% of low-income IB students go on to enroll in college. That is a significantly higher portion, which is nearly double the national average of 46%. And students who enter college with IB credits are more likely to graduate on time or early, reducing the long-term reliance on MAP grants. House Bill 5330 addresses this inequity directly. Illinois already subsidizes AP exam fees for low-income students, and this bill extends that same support to IB students, ensuring fairness and consistency across both of these rigorous school tracks. The funding would come from the existing low-income advanced placement line item, making this a fiscally responsible solution that pays for itself. College Board, which administers the AP, has no opposition to adding IB to this line item. This is an affordability bill that tears down the financial paywall standing between high-achieving, low-income students and the college credit that they have already earned. We are happy to take questions. I also have John Camus here with any specific questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Representative. Any questions from members? Representative Willhauer.
Thank you. You said there was 81 schools that are currently doing this?
Yes, that's correct.
So nothing keeps any school from doing this currently?
No, it's a choice by schools, or it could happen at the district level that they could seek to create, the teachers have to seek training just like AP teachers, and schools could seek that accreditation.
Why do we need the legislation if there's nothing disallowing it currently?
So there's nothing allowing or prohibiting schools from becoming IB schools, but what we have and what we talk about in this committee is we have a budget in our line item that helps subsidize those AP test costs for low-income students. It does not say that IB has access. So if you're an IB student, you currently don't have access to that same funding mechanism to have your test subsidized. And so that's what this bill does.
Go ahead.
John Camus on behalf of the International Baccalaureate Program. So just to add one quick thing. So in statute, there are two programs authorized to provide post-secondary credits. It's AP and IB. So that's explicit in statute. The two programs for teacher training and for underserved students only reference AP. And so that's what we're changing. We're just updating for parity. The statute already authorizes both, but only allows access to one of the programs. I'm guessing when it was written, IB was not a part of those conversations, so we're just trying to remedy that.
Does this legislation allow access to that teacher training, or does it mandate it?
Allows.
Okay. So we're not getting any additional State Board of Education control on curriculum on this out of this program?
No, both programs are already authorized in statute to provide post-secondary credits. So this doesn't change anything other than allowing IB to access funding that AP is already available to AP.
Okay, so there are curriculum standards right now for the teachers and requirements for teachers in this program currently that we're not changing. All we're changing is allowing, basically allowing the funding for the individual students.
Yeah, that's correct. Oh, one caveat. So in statute for the teacher training program, there's some provisions that need to be met by AP. We're going to extend those to IB so that.
What are they?
They're on the bill, starting in line 18. And so it's essentially about the training that if you are going to teach AP that you need to have. And so we're matching that with IB. Both.
Like what kind of stuff?
Do you want me to read the bill to you? It's line 18 that AP teachers, they need to have the necessary content knowledge and instructional skills, provide administrators with the skills to help them create strong and effective AP, and then the amendment will say NIB programs in their schools, that they will have vertical alignment within the AP and IB courses, and that they will receive training on supporting the implementation of instructional programs.
Okay. Representative, we're already meeting, IB is already meeting those standards, so we have no problem subjecting ourselves to it because we're already meeting that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Representative Freeze.
Thank you. So our announcement, we got, for the FY26 budget, had $2.5 million for low income for AP test, correct? Okay, so what's 2027 going to look like?
So we are not advocating for any change, for any additional funding. We think it's a tremendous, as Representative Favor-Diaz noted, I think it's a tremendous investment. It's a great line item that invests in children. We're not advocating for any additional funding. Our first step was just getting to parity. It just, we looked at the statute. It, in my mind, doesn't make sense that we authorize both these programs and only allow one of them access to state support.
Okay, but if we don't ask for additional money, then you're going to have money going in another direction, correct? So we may have less people actually receiving money for AP classes.
You would likely, if I understand, I don't, we've had some conversation with ISB. If I understand, the program's already oversubscribed. So school districts provide the testing, then seek reimbursement for those who qualify. What this would do is just broaden that access. So
we have more funds than necessary to cover the AP? I understand.
No, it's currently oversubscribed.
Okay.
As it is. I think, again, funding it at a higher level makes a ton of sense, but what would likely happen in the next year is just a readjustment. And I have the language here. To the greatest extent possible based on the appropriation. So ISB has the authority to adjust. Right now, we're just trying to get to access to be able to access those funds in the exact same way.
Okay, is money also allocated for teacher instruction as well?
That's correct.
Okay, so you're going to have money going towards not only the additional tests, was the IB course testing, but also for IB training as well?
Correct.
Okay.
And just to give some sense of scale, there are 60,000 AP students in the state of Illinois. There are 4,000 IB college placement students.
Right, thanks.
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional questions from members? Seeing no further debate, Representative Hirschauer moves that House Bill 5330 do pass. Is there leave? Okay, thank you. Leave being granted on a vote of? Eight voting yes, 0 voting no, no members voting present. House Bill 5330 shall be favorably reported to the House floor. I'm sorry, is declared passed and shall favorably be reported to the House floor. Thank you. Next, we'll have Representative Hirschauer for House Bill 5363. Please proceed, Representative. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Davis. We did a subject matter hearing last week on House Bill 5363 with the Act Now Coalition. It basically gives ISB the authority to provide state-funded grants to Act Now, which will distribute those funds to the 32 partner schools that are community schools throughout Illinois. My ask for the committee today is that we pass this out on second, and I will hold it. We are waiting for an amendment. Right now, it says ISB shall provide granting authority, and we are changing that to a may, so it will be permissive. You know, when and if that money comes, we will work with ISB on it. But I'm asking you to hold. I will bring the amendment back to committee if we're going to move it. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Any questions? Representative Hirschauer. You're Hirschauer. I'm sorry, Representative Wilhauer, excuse me.
Kind of like got the last part right there, right? Just missed the first part. Is this the bill that we talked about last week? Basically, these programs got flagged for the DEI stuff. They didn't want to change the DEI stuff, so now the state wants to fund it in lieu of them changing DEI stuff that doesn't really even affect the administration of this. Is this the bill that they testified on last week?
We did subject matter hearing on these two bills last week about the services the schools provide across the state, and they did lose federal funding rather suddenly. And yes, that's okay. What we're talking about.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Wilhauer. Any questions? And I apologize for that. I mean, folks get me confused with Jed Davis all the time, so what can I say? Are there any additional questions? All right, seeing none, and Representative, you have a commitment to hold this on second. With that, being no further debate, Representative Favor-Diaz, as she's walking out the door, moves that House Bill 5363 do pass. Is there leave? Partisan leave. So on a vote of 6 voting yes, 2 voting no, 0 voting present, House Bill 5363 is declared pass, but will be held on second and brought back to committee. Thank you very much, Representative. And favorably reported to the House floor, but will be held on second in committee and brought back to committee. Thank you. Sorry, we don't pass a lot of bills out of here, so got to get the language together. With that, we're going to move back to subject matter testimony, and we would like to invite Secretary Teresa Ramos, Department of Early Childhood, to the table to enlighten us and share with us the current status of the new department, where it is, what it's doing, what it's going to do, all kinds of stuff like that, right? There we go. All things early childhood. So with that, Madam Secretary, please just state your name for the record, and please feel free to proceed.
Good afternoon. My name is Teresa Ramos. Thank you, Chairperson Davis, Vice Chair Ortiz, Minority Spokesperson Wilhauer, members of the committee. My name is Teresa Ramos, and I have been the Secretary for the Illinois Department of Early Childhood for just over 14 months. I am joined at the table by Assistant Secretaries Casey Strelka and Ann Whalen, our CFO Tom Bazan. Behind me you have Aaron Von Holten, our Budget Director, Gwen Peebles, our new Chief of Staff on day 6, and Marilyn Vasquez, our Director of Comms, and Joe Welbaum, the CFO of DHS, our partner in this transition. IDEC's FY27 budget request is for the first year of program administration by the new agency. I have a slide deck for you to review. I won't go through all the slides, but I'll refer to them, and I'm happy to answer questions. There are around 800,000 children birth to 5 in the state, and right now, navigating early childhood programs is too complex. There are too many numbers to call, websites to go to, and too much bureaucracy to navigate. There are pencil and paper applications that can require postage stamps or fax. One of the goals of the new agency is to drive efficiency, effectiveness, and equity in early childhood services, knowing that meeting the rich regional, rural, racial, cultural, and linguistic diversity of the state is what will put us on a path to make Illinois the best state in the country to raise a family with young children. The move to consolidate programs into this agency will allow the state over time to better direct funding to areas like Chair Davis District, which needs an additional 199 more publicly funded preschool seats, and Spokesperson Wilhauer's districts, which needs 189 additional preschool spots based on 2025 data. In this upcoming fiscal year, we will assume responsibility for statewide early learning programs such as the Child Care Assistance Program, which can serve up to 155,000 families in every county of the state. Preschool for All programs like the ones I just mentioned, daycare licensing, which supports child care businesses statewide. IDEC will assume responsibilities previously managed by the now sunset Governor's Office of Early Childhood Development. In total, our agency budget request is $4.4 billion and represents the funding of all of our transferring programs as well as the agency startup and operation costs, which you can see on slide 11. For the next 99 days, it's 99 days till we take over program administration, our focus is on the seamless transition of services. This includes the transfer of 385 staff, thousands of processes, and over 40 technologies. Our request for authorized headcount is 550. 385 of those staff are transferring from DHS, DCFS, and the State Board of Education. We have 55 approved headcount. Currently, we are staffed at 39. We are actively filling 8 positions, and we have 45 additional positions in the pipeline so that we can hit the ground running on day 1. Why do we need this headcount? For early intervention and our developmental delay services, we have built out an org chart that needs 23 positions to fully serve and fully staff those initiatives. 12 will be transitioning over from DHS, but we will need to hire the rest, including folks who specialize on Medicaid and building support. For legal, we need a full team of 25. We will have 6 starting July 1, and we will need to fill out the rest of those positions throughout FY27. We are transferring 291 contracts, tagging 185 statutory mandates to owners, transitioning tech ownership, documenting new or revised standard operating procedures so staff know what to do and how to do it day 1. We've had success in hiring, processing our own payroll, unifying the grants management system, taking a system that early childhood providers were using at DHS, one system, and at the State Board of Education, another system. This year, they will use one system. This will help us drive better data and insights into program service and delivery over time. Our priorities in FY27 will remain consistent. We will modernize and improve childcare licensing or daycare licensing, as you see in House Bill 5373. We will improve early intervention service delivery through meticulous attention to operational infrastructure and deep listening in the field. We will design a rational, simplified funding system. We are in the process of that and have had many listening sessions across the state. That is like EBF and can start to drive conversations about what it takes to get to full funding over time. And we will modernize our data infrastructure and technology that enables it. Our budget request is broken down into operational and programmatic expenses, but I want to be clear, we cannot run programs with efficacy, efficiency, or equity without a robust operational infrastructure. We are again requesting a lump sum budget because as diligent as we've been, we know new issues will arise and we will need flexibility to ensure seamless services for families with young children. Thank you for your commitment to early childhood, and for families with young children, I am happy to take questions.
Thank you very much, Madam Secretary. Are there any questions from members? Oh, well, certainly. So why don't we start with Representative Wilhauer.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. Is government getting bigger or smaller with this agency?
Right now, we are taking over programs from 3 agencies and building infrastructure where there just hasn't been. We need to build this infrastructure in order to ensure that the billions of dollars in programmatic funding we are dedicating to early childhood is used well and effectively. So in some places, we will see some growth. That growth will mean really delivering on the efficacy of those programs and services across the state.
Are there going to be more people employed in government as a result of this, or are you just transferring people?
We are transferring the bulk of people. There will be some growth.
Okay. And is this the first year of your full budget?
July 1
request?
will be the first year of our full budget for programs coming over, yes.
And remind me, what is the full request?
$4.4 billion.
Okay, is that the number that you envision moving forward, or thereabouts?
Past FY27?
Yeah.
I believe that will be the number. I think we will learn a lot in this next year about program administration as we take it on, and know where there are areas where we can see efficiency and areas where we will need to see investment over time.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to get at the same things I've tried to get at from the beginning on this new government agency. I mean, should we expect to see a minus 4.4 billion from these organizations collectively that you're taking this workload off of?
We won't see, I think, an apples to apples shift. You will see the program's budget shift. So, for example, at the State Board of Education, we are taking the early childhood block grant programs. That's about $750 million. You will see that shift, and I've seen that in the State Board of Education's budget. The same is true for the Child Care Assistance Program and the DHS budget.
So their budget should be less this year than they were last year?
They are less for those grants lines.
I mean less overall. It doesn't make any sense on efficiency if it's not less overall, if we're just taking their money and putting it somewhere else.
Well, I think it's a question of, are we driving
We're making government way
effectiveness?
bigger. That's what you're saying.
We are transitioning, for example, $2 billion in programs from DHS over to this department, so we can make sure that those programs have our full attention and are delivering services in a way that is effective and efficient.
So it's efficient in terms of service, but it's not necessarily efficient in terms of overall spending.
It will be efficient in terms of efficacy.
Okay. Okay. There was something in your slide in here about a potential line item on migrant and seasonal Head Start. What's the proposed number on that? And what is that?
So Migrant and Seasonal Head Start, I can speak to the program, and then I will pass it over to our CFO, Tom Bazan. Migrant and Seasonal Head Start, the eligibility criteria for this program is if you are an agricultural worker in the state and you can be and you have a young child 6 and under. Those are the criteria. There is no eligibility by race or ethnicity. It's a federal program.
So there's no, you don't have to be legal?
It is the eligibility criteria that's set by the federal government is, are you a child of an agricultural worker? And they list out, like, you could be doing, I don't know, apiary, you could be doing grain work, and you have a child
But you
under
have
6.
to be here working.
You have to be working.
Okay. Do you have any idea what that number is?
Thank you, Representative Tom Bazan, CFO for IDEC. The FY26 appropriation for that line was about $4.4 million.
Okay.
Our FY27 recommendation includes an extra $1 million of appropriation authority.
For how many people approximately?
You know, I don't have that number in front of me. We can get that for you, though.
I would love that. Thank you. Yep. That's all I got right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Leader Hernandez, for questions.
Hi, thank you for your presentation. Really excited about this program. I think it makes so much sense to have it, instead of all spread out, all in one. I think we're going to really be able to understand the services, what this program is really offering to families. With that, given that significant change, are you planning on hiring a director as like a bilingual learner development similar to like what ISB is doing? Are you planning?
Thank you for the question. We will have a team that is focused on family and community engagement. We will have multilingual specialists embedded in many of our family and provider-facing divisions. We know that providers have, we can do better to support providers, we can do better to support families, and so we have those services embedded. I can't speak to exactly how it mirrors the State Board of Education, but it has been top of mind for us and an intentional part of our planning, the agency's operations.
Thank you. I just see that it is, for me, how I have observed, it's been very important under the ISB, what ISB has been doing in terms of having someone sort of give that effective oversight. So that's basically it. I'm seeking that is considered. Yeah, I would appreciate if you just keep in touch with.
Absolutely, thank you. I will follow up.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Hirschauer for a question.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you all for being here and sticking with us today. I was really excited to see an extra maybe $15 million in the EI budget. Can you walk me through how you're going to use that new money?
If we get $15 million in the governor's proposed budget, some of that money will be used just to maintain the current services for families in that program. We see growth in entitlement programs like this. We also are planning to invest in the operational infrastructure. We know right now that we have a kind of paradox in early intervention where we have both families who are sometimes lacking timely service connection through our CFC infrastructure, and we also hear from providers that they don't have enough families to make this a full-time caseload. And part of that is what we're seeing at the CFC and the service coordinator level is a lot of time waiting for their antiquated systems and processes to move forward. And so we will invest in our operational infrastructure to make those connections, to help ease some of those connections.
Can you talk, what does that operational infrastructure look like? Is it you're hiring more people to answer phones or go through applications or connect? What does that look like?
Thank you. So one of the things that we did over the course of this year is we partnered with New Practice Lab out of New America. They provided us gratis service to go through and map all of the process steps that happen in a journey for families and providers in the early intervention system, so we could really understand what is the current state. What we see is technology and data systems that don't process fast, that aren't updated. We see 16 CFCs across the state that have different workarounds where there isn't always clear guidance. We are working to clarify some of that guidance and operational procedures over the course of FY27.
Okay, so it does sound like this is a needed systems update, but I do worry that we'll update the system and we'll have faster, callback time to families, but we won't have the providers to provide the services because I'd like to see rate increases too for those folks who are working so hard. And I know you alluded that they might not have a full caseload, but even when they do, they're not making the same as other providers in the private sector. So are any of these $15 million, is any of this going towards a rate increase at all?
We're still evaluating that. Okay. I'm happy to circle back when we know more.
Okay, thank you. And I have one more question, sorry, Chair. One more question about Smart Start, which is a hugely successful program and one that I think I speak for most of the committee. We're also excited to support it. And it's so successful that I'd like to see it grow. I know it's flat funded, and I have done some advocacy work with my Head Start partners and with other childcare folks who are also really needing of these dollars. And I know we're all on the same page of that, but we don't have an infinite pot. But I'm wondering if you have any ideas for growth, or if you're coming to the end of the grant cycle and you're using up all those dollars, how are we going to grow this? What's your plan for growing Smart Start?
Thank you for the question. A few things. One, I think we will, as we take over grants and program administration, start to have better data and insights where we currently don't have that now. That is not only at Smart Start, but which providers are braiding and blending funding with other funding streams, how much is coming in, how many children are being served. Right now, we don't have an unduplicated count of how children are being served by our programs today. So we will have more insights that will help us inform how to drive dollars. We know that some providers have access to Smart Start, other providers have access to Head Start and PFA and PFAE, and we still see dramatic per pupil per classroom funding levels because of how some of the other grants are. So I think we will have more data over time that will help us, the state will have more data that will help us drive equity and efficiency into the system.
Appreciate that. I think that's really good to hear, because our goal is to bring everyone up, not have a lopsided, we've got these great Smart Start workforce grants and then our Head Start programs are lagging behind. We want to see everyone up. So I'm excited to kind of dig into that data as well, to see how we can get everyone on an even playing field. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Favor-Diaz for a question.
Yes, thank you, Secretary, and to your team. Thank you for all the work that you've embarked on over the last several years. It's really exciting where you are at this point. I just want to echo Rep. Hirschauer's. I'm so excited to see the $15 million increase in the EI budget, and just would love to also echo the rate increase needed to draw more of those service providers into the EI program. My son, we had to do an EI evaluation for him, and just thinking about all those families that is their only option, and we know the downstream effects of once they get that early intervention, how it saves us money as they enter the school system. So thank you, and really excited to see that progress. Two questions. One is a little bit of a different vein, but it was this fall, it feels like, when the federal administration moved to freeze funding in 5 states around early childhood, and then that was reinstated. What kind of plans do you all have in place if we would see, there's so much unexpected activity, unpredictable activity out of the federal administration? What have the conversations and discussions been about plans in place if that were to happen again?
Thank you for the question, and appreciate how important first early intervention is as an investment that really pays dividends for families and for the state long term. We know the federal administration continues to sow uncertainty and some chaos when there are cuts threatened for Head Start funding or child care assistance funding. These are, as you know, major, incredible investments from the federal administration. We cannot predict what the federal government will do next. That has been clear for the last 14 months. We face constant threats in the news and other places. What I can say, even though we can't predict what will happen next, is if we have, our programs today will not look the same if we do not have federal funding. Federal funding is a significant part of our current programmatic expenses for critical services like the Child Care Assistance Program and early intervention. The state does not have funding to fully cover those costs. The programs will have to look dramatically different today than they would if we had federal cuts.
Thank you. We know the families in our districts are relying on the federal government and its stability to make sure that there is accessible child care, which is needed to keep people in the workforce. One last question. When looking in your deck about your 5 operational work streams, can you tell me more about the technology piece in this FY27 budget, how much you're going to be spending on that piece? And do you foresee those being ongoing costs? And just tell us a little more about what that looks like.
I appreciate you asking this question. It is where we have 39 staff spending a lot of time to prepare to transition all of the existing technology from 3 agencies over to our new team. Our technology budget will be significant this year and during a transition, and the transition will not end in FY27. It will continue to transition as we both work to transition the legacy technology from DHS, DCFS, and the State Board of Education, while we also work to procure and develop new technology that will be more seamless and give us the kind of data insights and the flexibility we need to serve providers. So it will look, these are the one-time costs in the transition. I don't believe they will be limited just to FY27 as we are attempting to turn off technology while we make sure that the technology works, the new technology works.
And forgive me if I missed it. Did you say a number of that 89 million in operational? Did you say, is there a number just for that bucket?
So, okay. If you look on slide 9, we have our technology services, staff software hardware projects at 9.32 million. There are likely some of the 291 contracts that have technology embedded that are just not counted here, but that we are similarly evaluating and assessing if we can simplify over time.
Thank you for that explanation. Thank you for all your work.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Are there any additional questions from members? In our conversation yesterday, and I thank you very much for doing that, and I don't know if some of it was covered. I wanted to make sure that, or at least be clear on how you may be impacted by some of what's not happening in the federal government and whatever that flows back down to Illinois. Is there anything other than what you stated that we need to be aware of?
I think what we continue to see is just providers having questions. I cannot overstate how important the Child Care Assistant Program dollars are to providers across the state in every district. And whenever we have news that suggests uncertainty, that is a major part of their small business revenue. So we see that level of uncertainty really coming up in the questions that we get asked in the outreach to each of our legacy agencies about what's happening next.
Along that line, whenever you have questions that you need federal agencies to answer, are you getting information? Are you having trouble getting information from folks up in DC, so to speak?
We know that the Administration of Children and Families eliminated the Chicago office. We still are still working with staff at ACF on regular program administration. So we are submitting our reports. We are submitting our, the information that we're required to on a regular basis, especially as we start to move the approvals for lead agency transition over to the new department. So at this time, it's steady state.
Okay, just curious to know. I mean, obviously you're experiencing things that many of us don't know anything about, not trying to put it in context of what we hear on the news, so to speak, but since you're dealing with it directly, just wanted to see how that was going, so to speak. All right, well, I don't see any additional questions from members. Thank you for your time, but as we move forward, there may be a need to bring you back to committee to ask additional questions, so we hope that we can schedule that if necessary.
Happy to come. Thank you for your questions. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Thank you all. We're going to shift gears again, go back to calling a legislation. There she is. We'd like to call House Bill 5216. Representative Stewart, please come to the table and just introduce yourself appropriately and start whenever you choose.
Thank you, Chair, members of the committee. Thank you for the late addition to the agenda today. I appreciate it. This will probably be pretty brief. I'm just asking for the permission of the committee to give House Bill 5216 a favorable vote and allow me to call it, to hold it on second and come back. There's a couple different bills going around that deal with the National Board teacher certification, improving the program that we already have, making sure that more teachers have access to getting that really great training, and then allow them to act as mentors to other teachers, which is something that they do really well. So this is one of those pieces, and again, we're hoping to pile it all together and ultimately come back with this as the final collected, agreed upon version of everything. So the ask is, could I please continue to work on it and hold it on second until I bring it back?
Thank you very much. Any questions from members? Certainly, I appreciate the work in this space. As Jan already knows, my first grade teacher was a National Board certified teacher. So knowing that this is what helped Ms. Stoll to help me to be who I am, certainly something I'm looking forward to you continuing to work on us and bring it back to us. And so, Representative, you want to question my first grade teacher?
That was very moving.
Representative Wilhauer for a question.
No, I just wasn't aware that this was coming at all, so I don't really know what it is. Can you just briefly? I mean, are you trying to get me in trouble voting for something that, you know?
No, and I appreciate that.
I'm a little skeptical of voting for something for you that I don't know what it is.
And I understand that concern, and I definitely appreciate that. The language that's in this specific bill has to do with dollars that we allot towards the program, and we allow them to be used as stipends or assistant to complete the National Board certification. It's quite lengthy. It can be expensive for the teachers who are doing it. We just want to allow like a greater maximum allowable amount to go to individuals. We're not necessarily asking for more dollars behind the program. We obviously wouldn't say no to that, but just to better use the funds that we've already made available is really the ask in this piece of legislation. There's a little bit of kind of oversight discussion, and right now the program is run out of ISU. ISU eats all the kind of operational cost of the program, and all the dollars go directly to students. There's some discussion with switching to ISB. We just want to work that out to make sure that we're doing that as efficiently, if that's the change we're going to make, to keep those dollars flowing to, and by students, I mean the teachers that are trying to get this certification to then better serve their teachers. So we just want to get those dollars as best directed as we can. So that's what might be different in something that we finally bring forth.
So it's more about flexibility than it is?
Yes, the flexibility of the dollars.
If I might just add something, Jennifer Ross for National Board Certified Teachers. There were about 6 or 7 National Board bills introduced this spring, and so we're really trying to get all of them together. So some of them deal with whether or not ISB gets to use certain funds, whether or not early childhood is acceptable. Like there's just all kinds of different things, and instead of bringing all kinds of legislation to you guys, we want to put it all in one.
voting yes, 0 voting no, 0 voting present. House Bill 5216 is reported to pass and will be favorably reported to the House floor with the commitment to bring it back. So it'll be held on second until you come back to committee.
Yes, that's the commitment, and I very much, spokesperson, appreciate your trust in the process. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Moving back to subject matter, we have one of our fantastic superintendents. I was about to call you representative, I'm sorry. Superintendent Tipsford, Executive Director of the Illinois Association of Regional Superintendents, to testify. So just introduce yourself and feel free to begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Gary Tipsford. I represent the Illinois Association of Regional Superintendents of Schools. Good afternoon, Chairman, committee. Thank you. And I'm going to be brief, since it appears that I'm standing between you and you getting out of here. So, in reviewing both ISB's draft budget and the governor's draft budget, for the most part, the testimony that we provided in the fall was held harmless to previous years. Next year, assuming the appropriation that you provide matches those budgets, it'll be the third year in a row that our offices have been held harmless. Our offices, by and large, provide a high level of efficiency in the way in which we deliver services. At some point in time, that efficiency can only go so long and will ultimately lead to a reduction or diminishment of service. So I only want to focus on two things associated with our budget testimony so that this committee can understand the fundamental difference between what we've proposed and what's been approved. In the area of alternative education, these are regional safe schools. The source funds for this are general revenue. There's actually a House Bill 1599 that is working to address some of this. And so we're requesting an increase in revenue necessary to support an increase. And in the bill, the increase is to $100,000, creating an effective base. This fall, when we provided testimony to the Illinois State Board of Education, the number that we proposed was $123,413. The intention of that was to match that budget request with data that already exists within EBF, and so that EBF is the fundamental driver for whatever costs are associated with public education. And so those two numbers that we chose to use, so these programs require at least one 9-12 core teacher and at least one school site staff person to facilitate dialogue between that program and the districts that they're providing services to. The FY26 cost factors for those two positions were 84,753 and 38,660. That's where the 123,413 came from. But in the bill, I believe it is still at 100,000. The other area that we wanted to address is in the educational services area. The source funds for that are the PPRT funds rather than general revenue. In this area, we requested an increase of $8,869,220 to best support the agency's vision as outlined in their strategic plan. Given the initiatives of a comprehensive approach for all schools in the area of continuous improvement, the continued work in the area of literacy, and the launch of new work in numeracy, we believe our offices are best positioned to see this vision through to execution across all of our school districts. This budget increase is reflective of providing 6 key tasks across the state: consultative access to school improvement specialists, region-wide trainings, area-wide summits, access to a repository of tools and resources of best practice, access to content specialists and/or instructional coaches, and external evaluation for accountability. We do have an itemized budget that outlines each of these elements. Each of the elements of this revenue request and descriptive services associated with each task. We believe this brings the work of continuous improvement closest to our districts and increases the probability of sustained effort to improve educational outcomes for our students. So the two requests that we asked for initially in the regional safe schools was an increase of $4,689,694, subject to appropriation the way the bill is drafted, but it would change the formula for how that number is calculated. And then the last was an increase of $8,669,220 for additional services that would be a part of our services line item that would be sourced through the PPRT funds. Neither of those were recognized in what either is being drafted or what the governor drafted. Their drafts were both to keep us flat to previous years. I'll take any questions you have.
Thank you very much. Questions from members? So regional safe schools operate all over the state, correct? Regional safe schools operate all over the state, correct?
All over the state. Statute statutorily, we have an obligation to be able to provide them across all 38 offices.
Okay. And the young people come from regular school districts that may be, and I'll use the word referred to you.
Yes. So your safe schools are dealing with students that are subject to expulsion or extended suspensions to provide an educational opportunity for them that hopefully progresses them toward graduation.
Okay. I know we've tried bills and maybe even have some still on the table that are trying to figure out ways to deliver services to kids without suspensions, expulsions, whether they're push in, pull out services, whatever the case may be, but that you are your regional offices of ed are still a part of that continuum providing for those students, whether your services pushed into the school district or the kids are all brought to a location, correct?
Yeah, and I think if you, from just a reasonable logic perspective, the more effective we are at early intervention, so through some of our push and ALOT programming, which, you know, again, we're hoping for that expansion down to K-3. So earlier interventions allow us to work with students more quickly, get them to a more self-regulated position so they can be successful. The more we're able to do that, the less the demand is on our safe schools. And I think that would be ideal. But the more success we have in our alternative programming, the less likely it is that we're dealing with students subject to expulsion and suspension.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. No questions from members. Thank you very much. Appreciate your time. Thank you for coming to visit with us today. We do appreciate that.
Thank you.
And with that, seeing no further business before the Appropriations Committee for Elementary and Secondary Education, the committee shall be recessed to the call of the chair. Thank you all very much. Enjoy the rest of your afternoon.
Recording stopped.
Good afternoon. The hour of 4 p.m. Having come and gone, the House, Cities, and Villages Committee shall come to order. Clerk, please call the roll.
DeLuca.
Here.
Smith. Stevens. Cochran. Deuter. Hanson. Hernandez. McLaughlin. Reich. Sosnowski. West. With that, Mr. Chair, there are 9 members present.
Call Deuter and Hanson.
Deuter. Hanson. 11 members.
11 members answering the call. A quorum is present. And we are ready to conduct business. Chair recognizes Representative Leader Hernandez to present House Joint Resolution number 54.
Good afternoon. Okay. Good afternoon, Chairperson DeLuca, Vice Chairperson Smith, Minority Spokesperson Stevens, and members of the House, Cities, and Villages Committee. I have before you House Joint Resolution 54. Due to circumstances that are unique to my district, millions of gallons of stormwater and raw sewage, every once in a while impact hundreds of homes and businesses. JR 54 will serve as an important step toward addressing these inequitable conditions that continue to place a significant burden on the homeowners and businesses. What I will ask of the committee, I do have an amendment that will be coming forth that DCEO has requested. So I am asking if we can hold it on second, and I'll bring back the amendment. It's basically just asking for subject to appropriation. That's a request from the department. With me, I do have a couple of witnesses here from the town of Sistro that I am asking if you will indulge in some testimony of why we're attempting to do this. We have Tom Thompson, who is the town Cicero Housing Director, and we also have Tim Geary, the town of Cicero engineer.
Thank you, Leader Hernandez. Before the witnesses testify, I have 4 proponents, all from the city of Cicero, and oral testimony will be presented. Please state your name clearly for the record before you speak. Thank you.
Tom Thompson, Tomschin.
Tim Geary, town engineer. Geary, G-E-A-R-Y.
You could present your testimony. Yes, feel free.
Good afternoon, Chairperson DeLuca, Vice Chairperson Smith, Minority Spokesperson Stevens, and members of the House, Cities, and Village Committee. My name is Tim Geary, and I work as the town engineer. Today I'm here on behalf of the town of Cicero and the thousands of people in the region who will be protected through Representative Hernandez's resolution. I'm sorry. The town of Cicero stands at a critical infrastructure crossroads, a victim of its own history and geography, spanning 5.9 square miles and home to 85,000 residents. The town is forced to manage a combined sewer system that was never intended to bear the burden it carries today. Developed in the early 1900s, long before modern stormwater regulations or design standards existed, the combined sewer system has massively inadequate sewer sizing and massively inadequate dedicated overland flow paths. Today, this aging network is a standalone drainage hub for a massive 5,000-acre regional watershed, tasked with conveying stormwater runoff and raw sewage, not only just from Cicero, but also from 520 acres in Oak Park, 900 acres in Berwyn, and 650 acres in the city of Chicago. At times, the over 100-year-old combined sewers can't handle the volume of combined stormwater and sanitary sewage, which which has resulted in extreme flooding, damaging homes and businesses throughout the town. The consequences of this outdated design are both frequent and severe. A big picture sewer modeling analysis of the system reveals a staggering gap between current capacity and modern design safety requirements. While contemporary design standards dictate that sewers handle a 10-year storm and protect structures up to a 100-year storm event, Cicero's system offers protection only up to a 6-month storm. In practical terms, the town is operating at a 90% deficit in flood protection. The vulnerability reached a breaking point during the storm of July 2nd, 2023, which inundated over 6,000 homes, 125 businesses with toxic mix of storm water and raw sewage. Addressing a problem of this magnitude requires more than just local repairs. It demands a regional solution. With your support, work on this regional solution can begin today. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that wishes to testify?
I'll say my name again, Tom Tomshin, Tomschin. Thank you for having me today to speak about this extremely important topic for our region. You should have been given a handout with this on the cover. I just want to paint a little picture of the town of Cicero. We talk about equity, we talk about social justice, we talk about sort of being behind the 8 ball in the town. With almost 70% of our residents over the age of 18 only having high school education or less, a per capita income of $25,000 per household, when the Cook County average is $47,000. We're at an extreme disadvantage in the town of Cicero. When we have these torrential rain events, FEMA came out. And I always tell the story that you usually see on television when FEMA comes out. There's houses knocked down, there's roofs gone, there's ambulances everywhere. You really didn't see that when you walked down the streets, but until you got to the alleys. And you saw people's memories in the alleys. The building materials that got destroyed from the sewer backup,
We talk about affordable housing and trying to find places for people to live organically. Residents go underground into basements to expand their living spaces. And you can't. That's not a sustainable living space for the most at need in Cicero because of these repeated tragic events. And residents are looking to us to find solutions because it's not just climate change, it's design. The design is inadequate. The amount of water coming from Berwyn, Oak Park, Chicago. If we make room in our system, it only makes room for them to put more water into our system. This problem needs to be solved as a region, not municipality by municipality. And because of the characteristics of our residents, our vulnerable characteristics of our residents in Cicero, I think we need to shine a magnifying glass on this area and look to the state to assist getting us a regional solution. And just to call your attention, there are images of some of the catastrophic aftermath of that flood from July of 2023. And these are people's homes. These are people's homes that every time it rains, they get nervous. Every time it rains, they're looking for answers. And it just cannot go on like this any further. We have to work together to find a solution. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Any members seeking recognition? Spokesman Stevens.
So what this commission is going to do is it's going to assess this problem and hopefully come up with some sort of a solution regionally, not just for the town of Cicero, for everybody that's, and are these adjoining communities, are they all in a combined system as well?
Correct. They're all combined. We all share the same system that goes to the water reclamation district.
And basically the combined system is probably the crux of the problem. I think we can agree on that, and how and what that solution is and what the expense, I'm sure we can probably
the goal
fantasize about what that's going to be.
Yeah, the goal is to look at it and get all the municipalities to work together. That one municipality doesn't make an improvement,
that they think is an improvement that it negatively affects Cicero or negatively affects the city of Chicago. Because they're all combined, we have to have cooperation and one solid plan to figure out the best path forward.
So all of hopefully the city engineers work together with a department from the state level, and what department is that, just to be clear?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, thank you. And wait, I'm sorry, one more. Sorry, Anthony. There's no cost to the commission, and that's not borne by the local communities, right? They're paying their own engineers. There's nothing coming from the state funds that are precious.
Correct. We need you to help nudge us all in the right direction to work together.
We're the kindergarten teacher, you guys are the students.
Absolutely.
I got it. Thank you.
Thank you. Leader West for the question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Leader, thank you for bringing this forward. And to everyone who spoke, I just wanted to look, I'm looking at this map, the elevation map. So you all representing Cicero, however, this, you just mentioned how this is a regional issue, and based on what I'm looking at this map, it looks like Oak Park is higher elevation, so everything that comes out of Oak Park, it just runs down to Cicero, which is why maybe, just maybe they're not here to advocate to.
I don't want to speak to why Oak Park wouldn't be here, but you're absolutely correct. Cicero is the last stop before the Water Reclamation District, which is the main facility where the stormwater and sewer water is treated. So all the communities that share the same sewer system that are north and a little bit east, a little bit west of us, all run through Cicero.
Gotcha. When it comes to this commission, all municipalities will be part of that commission. When will you come back with a recommendation? Or am I assuming all municipalities will be part of that commission?
Representative West, Joseph Clary, C-L-A-R-Y. The resolution calls for recommendations January 2027.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other questions? There being no further debate, Representative Smith moves House Joint Resolution 54 Is there leave? Leave being granted on a vote of 11 voting yes, no one voting no, no one voting present. House Joint Resolution 54 will be favorably reported to the House floor. Thank you, Leader Hernandez.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Representative Ness. We'll stand at ease for a moment. Chair recognizes Representative Ness to present House Bill 4921. The floor is yours.
Well, thank you, Chair DeLuca and members of the City and Villages Committee. House Bill 4921 is a similar piece of legislation that was passed last year in the House unanimously, and it deals with the issue of allowing non-home rule communities to license and regulate commercial operations. And I have a witness with me who will explain more, but that's the bill.
Okay, before the witness testifies, I have witness slips. I have Amelia Carter with the realtors in opposition, and there's 5 proponents. Dave Sullivan, Metro West Council of Government, Josh Witkowski, City of Marquette Heights, Michael Lane, and Mike Reed, Metro West Council. Please state your name and then you can testify.
Hello, my name is Mike Reed. I am the village president of Hampshire and a member of the Metro West Council of Government. Good afternoon, Chairman DeLuca, Vice Chairman Smith, and fellow members of the Cities and Villages Committee. My name is Mike Reed. As I mentioned, I am the president of the Village of Hampshire, a growing non-home rule community of about 9,400 residents in northern Illinois, and the past president of Metro West Council of Government. The Metro West Council of Government works with 38 municipalities in Kane, Kendall, and DeKalb counties, representing about 750,000 voices alongside the many councils of government in the region, collectively supporting the needs of our communities and our region. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today about HB 4921. This important bill would allow non-home rule municipalities to license business operations within their municipalities. There are about 1,294 total cities, villages, and towns in the state of Illinois. Of those municipalities, 17%, or about 221 of those municipalities, are classified as home rule, whereas about 83%, or 1,073 municipalities are in our state are classified as non-home rule communities. operations and enforcement of non-home rule community is challenging compared to our home rule neighbors. The impact is not well known among legislators or residents. To be honest, I myself only learned about the limitations of non-home rule status when I became village trustee in 2013. This is why HB 4921 is so important. It gives the 1,073 non-home rule communities another tool in their small toolbox without any additional cost to our residents. This bill would allow communities like Hampshire and other non-home rule municipalities that make up the 83% of the total municipalities in our state to license their businesses just like the other 17% of the total municipalities in the state, and can already do so. This would help ensure public safety, enforce zoning laws, promote fair competition, maintain order, and support local economic growth. This is and would be a fair and crucial tool for all municipalities to provide the best service for their residents and businesses. This authority would not go unchecked. In fact, the requirement to license also grants a licensee a right to a hearing before any revocation, which provides both a check and balance for the business and municipality. It is important to note that this legislation has no taxing authority and is permissive, meaning it is an option, not a requirement for municipalities. It grants the same tool to the other 83% of the state's municipalities that the current 17% already have in their toolbox. And anything that we can do to give non-home rule communities more local empowerment on non-tax related issues is so beneficial. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak and advocate for all non-home rule communities throughout our state, and for your time and attention this afternoon. I am honored to be a small part of the work that we do here for all residents across the great state of Illinois, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Is there anyone from the opposition that wishes to testify? Now's your time to speak. No one wants to speak. Are there any questions from members? Representative Ness, this is for nonprofit and nonprofit as well. Is that correct?
Yes, it does.
Okay, and what businesses can a non-home rule license and regulate currently?
None. We have no authority to license. We can issue licenses, but we can't enforce it. So by that nature, it provides no benefit to any municipality.
Thank you. Any member seeking recognition? Seeing none. There being no further debate, Representative West moves that House Bill 4921 do pass. Is there leave? Leave being granted on a vote of 11, voting in favor, no one voting opposed, no one voting present. House Bill 4921 will be favorably reported to the House floor.
Thank you, committee.
Thank you very much for your time.
Representative Ness. Thank you, Mayor. I want to recognize, before we finish up here, two of my hometown aldermen here from the city of Chicago Heights. We have Alderman George Brassey and my Alderman Christopher Bykowskis from the city of Chicago Heights. Thanks for being here today. There being no further business, the House, Cities, and Villages Committee will recess to the call of the chair. Thank you.